And we are back live after a single disconnect and a almost 2-hour queue. So welcome back, anyone who is here. There we go. Oh, it's chilly. Just going to watch this cutscene from the beginning, and this will be a new episode. Slandy, if you're here, we'll just try cut out some parts of the previous part.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far. Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Thanks for the gift sub, Slandy. I'm sure Mally appreciates it if she's here.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements.
You hear what I said about our plans, Slandy?
As an expression of our gratitude,
just cut the other episode off before this part.
As fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First,
No.
it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
Yeah, it makes sense.
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzadhan was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
Alright.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire.
Second time hearing it, it's still funny.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Thought you'd appreciate that, Mally. No more ads for you now for a month.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
The downtime in the queues wore me out. Oh. And I'm cold. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was immediately thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communicating with Hyland and reaching Meteon, in the spur of a moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think of it not as a challenge beyond our combined expertise, but at the least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherburner. And so I'm just having something to eat, see if that helps me with my yawning. It's awfully rude of me on my own stream to be yawning. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherburner. Meet me outside Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the arc has been built in Labyrinth. It's hardly surprising where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking. No, first things first, we're going to get on with doing that side quest down there that required us for an Aether Current, this one. Because I should be keeping... Penny won't be doing anything. Really? I actually have to go down there the long way. To the west? Oh right, yeah. I actually haven't gotten a single Aetherite in Labyrinthos yet, I don't believe. We got a lot. And as boring as it is, it's a necessity in the longer run, so unfortunately, that is what we'll be doing. another one there by the guessings. Again, I do apologise that this is not exactly the most thrilling of entertainment, but necessity is, necessity does. And in the long run, I'd rather have flying sorted as soon as possible, so that it's not something I have to do at a later point. Dun 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 dun. Oh, come on. Should have done these early when I last was here. Oh, dearie me. My sweetest straggles, one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies, I'm Noelle Tia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped, a young troll to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks, I will continue to search this area like you checked the 31st facet. Once you have a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. Oy vey. You know, this game really puts more meaning to the Alexander song. Forward and back and forward and back and then go forward and back and 1 foot forward. See no trolls, great or small, perhaps further in a bit. The other problem with Labyrinthos is that it's so, like, relaxing music, and, like, right now I do the opposite of what I need. But I haven't trolls nowhere to be seen. Well, I tell you, I may have had better luck. Ah, so this is the Reaper starting gear, that's why everyone's wearing that, I see. I'm assuming that's the Reaper starting scythe then. Bah! Boom, 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 boom. I see, I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. Sorry, Fortuno, you're gonna have to wait. Imagine making him wait. He must be pissed. Fucking hell. Up there, I'm assuming. That troll design is pretty cool. I just caught a glimpse of that. There you are, my little beauty. Yes, there can be no doubt these are Shaggle's footprints. I've uncovered a specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat of a local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. Aid Shaggles. Oh, it's a little mini baby troll. Well, that's going to be a minion at some point then, isn't it? Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Grant buffoon grr. The Archeon is under threat. I must do something. Grr. You can talk? What is this threat? I think the Warrior Light's used to talking creatures by now. Grr, you can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible, I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos, however he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the efforts of growing up in an artificial environment. I've seen him making gestures that indicated he's been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him to think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him and I am not. I'm sort of special. Really? Oh, I wouldn't give it... What I wouldn't give to understand him too. Guru, you possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to guru the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tones in the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it. Anyway, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some girlish cleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell the buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what's he saying? Oh dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems miles ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Well, you are going to have to wait for another day before I continue that. Because I have what I needed. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in his wisdom, has granted you access to Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophenail take you to the medial circuit. Still love it, it's got like a buzzsaw on it. In accordance with the access protocol, access to the Archon and the related servers have been suspended for operation and understand is appreciated. Oh. Oh. You wish to use your lift, yes? Me big dum-dum. I have sent your associates along to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Merrill Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let's attend to the matter at hand. Was he gonna thank us for being big sis to Alfie and Alpha now? Oh, is that where I need to be going? Well, I have a current first, and then we shall go and do whatever it is he's whinging about. This part of the song is really nice. But as I say, it's very, like, relaxing and calming. And that's not what I need right now. There we go. Congrats on digging 90. West. Hey BK, no spoilers. Southwest, so it's in there. But Gretson beating the story, my dude. We'd be a bit further ahead myself if I hadn't disconnected and then had to sit in a queue again for frickin' 2 hours. Which I'm not impressed by. I got on early and then got into like a 300 person queue, so I got on really fast. I mean fast, it was still probably like, you know, 15-20 minutes, which is fast by current standards. But then, about an hour and a half in, I disconnected because my PlayStation decided to have a lapse in connection for just a second. And then I had to deal with a whole 2-hour queue just because of that. We are here to wait here. We are to wait here while our father arranges us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, the conditions of Labyrinthus are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, similar in the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. You have my sympathies, Slandy. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere else with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It was all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Velociraptors in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such prowess in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthus, the lunar prism forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. There's no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Velociraptors have endeavoured to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You are subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the signs of the 7th Dawnfall are permitted to enter the central circuit. The Aether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Coco Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars this way. Aha! I'm assuming there's something stopping me going that way. Oh, no. I'm assuming we're going to come here at a later point, but, you know, priorities. Might as well come grab the Aether right now. And I'm after an Aether current a bit northwest anyway, so I was coming this way either way. 5 more Aether currents. That's a cool design. Don't know why I did that again when I already know where it is. Nani northwest? I'm assuming it's eventually just going to reach west. Hey. Well, at least we got the 8th right down here now. Go away, Stream Element. Slandy, Stream Elements is harassing us again. Stream Elements is bullying me, Slandy. Deal with it. Got him. Oh, I need to be down there and then over there. My God. Don't turn it off, though, Slandy, otherwise we'll actually be screwed. I may bully it, but we need it. To the point, you and Logic still need to look about that bot to go in the Discord. Especially considering how much YouTube crap we got to put up soon. Alright, well. I'm sure he has the free time at the moment, given that he hasn't got anything to stream because I'm stealing the channel the whole time. It's crazy to think it's only been 4 days. It feels like I've been streaming for ages. I mean, I have been streaming really for ages. Squeeze me. What should it say? North soon. I see it. 4 more of them, and then 4 of the quest ones. Again, I apologise for the boringness of watching me just going grabbing these. But it saves the boringness of later streams, me going and grabbing these. It all will be after done at some point. And there was me thinking someone was going, no, it's not boring, Noobcake, we understand. Now it's southwest. Wow, Slandy. Mally. You dare use my words against me, Potter? Wonder if we'll meet with Eventide here. I like that dude, but last I saw him he was in Ishgard. Everything's freaking west. I'm half expecting that to like open up at some point and reveal the Ark. And I'm assuming the Ark is the Death Star looking thing from the artwork. Right, you're gonna have to wait, mate, because apparently there's an aetheryte just southwest of here. To the west. Aha! Yeah, boy. How many is that now? With this one, it'll leave 2 more to go. And I'm assuming they're all like, here and here-ish.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
It's weird hearing Lalafar with deep voices.
Think. We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise.
Oh, heater's on.
We're not blasting off already, are we?
I like this dude already. Got to turn my auto thingy on.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface.
Fortunately, he does as well. He knows us really deep down.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
So angry.
Hast thou consulted with the Lopperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research.
I am now fortunate. My face is covering him.
The systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Of course he fucking
Only
knows
in
of
most
it.
general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. as I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive cores from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
We went into them during
To the gleaners,
the
getting
thingy.
to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
I already dealt with all of them during the Bahamut coils, moron.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
See? You want me to go and fetch the Watsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
Ain't more dull than half the other shit you send me on.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us Heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary. In
The
components
crystal
intended
tower.
to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
What about the fucking twin coins, broken coin, whatever it's called?
Is there anything in Offord that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
I love this dude.
Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
Serena's a little sweetheart, isn't
I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Fortunately, I was getting shown up by his son. It's times like these that we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we were expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know, and you to find out. On that note, I leave the matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah,
our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
I like that Bahamut music.
Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded at open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
Calling out Lolorito like that.
I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
I was half expecting something to go wrong, to be fair, like a fucking terminus to pop in the meeting, just like, hello, I have come to ruin your day.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Least is ironically not annoying me this expansion.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come. Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Daw.
There you are.
Yeah.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Why would they bring up horse reform? Why do they do this?
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Is it Hreiselgar?
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lollerita himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
That's for you. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there what we might do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, lad, with the red eyes and matching hair, you seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Cowcol knew how right he was. While he and Gadaha establish a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations of a great exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favour. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would be an opportunity to familiarise ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with research and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the exodus. Ha! That lot needs all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholark Montague mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aphrodite once our work is done. And would you look at that, suddenly another Aphrodite quest. Excuse me, ma'am, I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds, and since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one He was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he couldn't bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Anulas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'd scare him off as like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favourite food, and with it you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored, and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Anulas seek to impede you, or press to the troll, make those beasts regret that interference. Oh no, don't you worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. How far am I going? Not too far. I mean, the scions are having us go around and do fucking menial tasks anyway, so I might as well, eh? Death is what I will become. Grr. Oh. Mwah. That was perfectly timed with me stretching. Well, that was a pretty good quest to get an A for current. As in, it wasn't a massive hassle. Still got 2 more though, and 2 of these. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are rarely quite intelligent indeed. They are intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos and keep it healthy and thriving. They have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones. Most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance to become the leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocate them within Labyrinthos. Thus we have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well, and it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they are under the weather. Ah yes, your reward, here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, traveller. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello, are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aetherburner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes, or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions on that. Enjoy the queue! My heart goes out to Master Fortune and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Offering to help, it's very kind, but I should be able to organise the rest of my documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why I'd much prefer if there was something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Well, I have news for you there, lady. Can you actually go in these buildings? No. Helping with the arc. Even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burn, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. Search for the behatted rabbit. The question is, which way is it? Is it living way, perchance? Yep. Fancy meeting you here, Shulk. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetherus itself, where we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, I've got time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at the least that's what we were planning to do, until we chanced upon Yuri Andra and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Good point. Did I... Didn't think so. Dun, dun, do, 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 do. I didn't mean to speak to you. A tall labyrinth was an unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the vast ways burrowed, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlene collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvellous idea! Might we begin with the great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Shulk. You know what, as much as I love this climber, I'm gonna refrain from using it for now because it's gonna be getting really irritating to remember to fucking change the gloves. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Observe the metallic tube. Ah. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of the cogs in a gigantic wheel at top. Oh, I see, that's how we draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense, that's where they store the water. The final area best be like balls to the walls, because no offense to that reinforce, it's not that interesting. I'd say Labyrinthos is probably the weakest area we've had so far. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from the underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and... I forgot I had my fucking auto text on. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest of environments, for us low Brits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that the people of Aethys sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How were they able to survive? Many settlements in Finland are built near an oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphonse spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporritz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, it sounds absolutely splendid. This journey beyond the century of Charlene Hamlet, I shall lead the way. You mean we're to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help notice the many dangerous looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporritz may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Fondly, to assist in securing the safe passage to Logisticon Alpha. For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to Vicare. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If you think about it, these weapons that we're getting for this outfit are much more fitting than the Neo-ish Guardian ones were. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction, what's it? Thank you so much. I really hope the water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination to fly at the list top. Pray follow me. Not going to read them every time I go up a lift. They're just going to go, oh yeah, you want to use a lift? Then I couldn't care. Marvellous, simply marvellous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive, or did mankind turn out that way, the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merrill Ergonomics. As I imagine, Singaway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be kind enough as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Yorianjo was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us book no further delay. Did I get a reward from this quest now? Well, I definitely need boots, and I definitely need gloves. I still love this axe. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to the farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they're willing to part with a few samples. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there, first on the moon, then on whichever star the foreign sides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive their new environments, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came here to talk about, is it? Nothing's quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour, the taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave erupting volcano for a choice bunch. That is a reference to the short story about Azim and La Brea. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult your Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated. You know, so many flavours, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I can see why you all turned your nose up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots, marvellous though they are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's over in the field over there. That colour, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in that case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech, it's so hard and flavourless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms that these are nothing more than misforgotten failures of masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favourite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over there? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have flavour to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say how far I was and return to the others. Finish review, I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamoured with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn the opportunity. Oof, bit of sick game up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilised so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use the lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum agonised over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. It's strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once the civilizations fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall, for perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eolzian, but what in seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds, but don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Yuriandra and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other place famed for their cuisine? Limsiliminta is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savoury establishments. Word that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hyden's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Shulk, I trust my time at the Merrill Dynamics did cough bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charley and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every lofferet there should further questions within my power arise. Where's my gloves? My hands are freezing. Oh. I'm too lazy. Sigh. Yes, Shulk, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? They're verdant at least. The trees of Durania stand particularly proud. You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp I say. With a start so wonderful it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was fooled to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all, my works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How did Stval fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from what the researchers while hoping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of a coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them that there's no cause for concern. That's not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me, be of use to people? I'm honoured that you would think me so capable that I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it couldn't hurt to try. I passed some moping in the Western Plaza, but looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. "'Tis as good a place as any. Come." I'll say one thing, I really hope the quest Endwalker is all voiced, because I hate reading verbally. I don't mind reading in my brain, but when I have to verbalize it, it's hard. Just realised I didn't set myself to busy today. Yeah, I know. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared. It's even harder when you consider how much fucking non-voiced cutscenes are in this game. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been underground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be afforded for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherborner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform tasks for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if one could tell it be true, still others would benefit from insights born of your experience. Might I prevail upon the Lothbrits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aethris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Shulk, thou hast a gift for fine souls in need of succour. They seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and warn them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Lothbrit. Oh, this has a little gauge on it. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Lothbrit and every Lothbrit in their place. I wonder if I draw this, if that little thing actually does stuff. No, it seems to stay still. That's a bit lame. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and shurigans, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? Gotta be honest, this song gets a little grating after a while. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano, my feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. Oh my god, I've got to find 8 people, but like, oh. Consult our collaborators, I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm intending to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, so should the Aether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables, I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. I hate this part so much right now. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only to track down 100 or so cups. Don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that Aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems as I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. But Lofritz, I won't help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they feel, how they checked 24 times already. I haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. I feel cheated and lied to. "56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weed in there. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, to see, but when I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, but it does sound like a much better way to relax. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Aha, the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, the next, and yet I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond help. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? The imbeciles refuse to give me an alchemic I ordered about that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I don't have more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. First things first, I'm going to quickly sell all this crap that's making my inventory full of crap. Thank you. My face was one my perhaps I am a bit tense. I was asked to have ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make decisions myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Introducing the Loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Man, this quest is tedious. Why have I got to find 8? Not only have I got to find 8, but some of them are fake. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the search for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars, and God knows know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing, I hope they like questions. One more. And this is officially my least favourite quest in the whole game. Just leave me to my misery, the forum can appoint someone else. I apologise, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might seek, but truly? Well then, there's no more time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Oh, that was an ordeal. Behold, Shulk, through thine efforts, word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more Loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Could you be voiced, please? I don't want to read more. This is not a voiced cutscene. You can already tell by the animation style. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Oh. I might be wrong. Thank God.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon. gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
It's her parents.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions.
Yikes.
I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Yikes. Smoke Breeder's parents.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Yikes. The look of its face.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
Oh.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
Aww.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Till opera in the background ruins the moment.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
That was wholesome. I had a couple of light tears. It's going to take a lot for this game to make me full cry, but I had a few tears there. Going in the book. We're on page 2 now. Oh, Shulk, be assured that I am fine. I am. So glad to see them too, after so very long. Glad still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the lot Brits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Arze. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. I didn't even click that. I see another. Ah. Well, we got 2 of these quests to do, and then we'll get on. First piece of jewellery as well. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're the adventurer who helped out the students of Bell Destiny, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. I thought only researchers lived here. Ah yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charley and Hamlet. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising a child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charley and Hamlet. We have recently had a slight spat with him, and, well, he's decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Thank you. Verpaloin, my boy, is most likely to be on the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he's struck out any further on his own. Well, who are you? Well, that was productive. Well, that was a quick quest. I can appreciate that at least. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. To believe on my own, thank you. Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The colour of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, or because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen, and... Oh, my fucking auto thing is on, no wonder. That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I'm scared to venture outside my own, they say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. Shauk's too much of a good girl to say, give me money. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money and make it binding. When it's settled. Sorry kid, helping you is another day's problem. I got all I needed from you, which was the aetheryte thingy. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a cleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Another world. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Ah, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveller to say a prayer for me before I leave for Giorabania. If you do me the honour, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that cleaner. Those folk need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become a custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveller. And today the traveller is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveller to be, will you? A colleague recently told me about the power of a cassette. A concert taught him was at hand and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, what should do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the cleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Well, at least those two quests weren't exactly long. That's the one positive we can say from that. And then we just literally need to gather the 2 Aether currents that I need, and then the main quest. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Yes, I do. You have my thanks. With your prayer, fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Jirabania. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. Long to the west, so probably somewhere off that way. Boom, 1 Aether current to go, and then the quest, main quest one. To the south, so it's probably here or here. Be gone. Shulk, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate your assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alpha should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Warrior of Light, reduced to box girl. Be gone. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Crate girl. Pah. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ha, but I suppose I have Vanquid to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked to bring these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is the base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Alright, Mally. Enjoy the trial. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Theo Paulin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've bought some samples from the Charlene Hamlet, Series 110, the crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you, I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment, you are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite, I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly it's been some time since we've met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's new list no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. It's like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize, I'm sure they'll be back soon enough. Are you not one of the signs of 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aether burner. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry and misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other tasks, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your signs succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Did I grab this? Yeah, I did. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... There's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we had asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the level of regret name in Shoreline is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard in Youngclep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it was traditionally been a point of pride. It is why in Youngclep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through the knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Youngclep's words but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led to him to conclude that a true conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well indeed. Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used it every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son, yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato is a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough, yet even so you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognisable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I had not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you bought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Aha, surely Kakal hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Fortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Shulk? Can you spare the time? Can't we always? Perfect. It shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the blue sky and into my lap, Master Kakal wishes to be ready and put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs flames in Kakal's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. My biggest problem with that part of the song is I'm expecting the part that's in the trailer, so I'm just expecting a Song of Hope to come immediately afterwards. And I hate when I have that in my brain. Look at that, one more Aether current and it's the final one of this area. And then we are done. The reactor is housed within this facility. I really want to go inside and adjust the fire Aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect Aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near, they'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. Leg on the wire for my headset and I almost got my face. Did everything go smoothly out here? Oh, that hurt. Can you hear me okay, Slandy? If you're still here. I haven't fucked up my mic, have I? Ow! I thought as much, no major complications to speak of inside either. Thank you both of you for letting me know. And the water Aether appears to be venting properly. I hurt my hip with that. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge frames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet only you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There was no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea of such fervour? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like mine, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. We know that with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alleg that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Amon provided those languished souls with a means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequence of our actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on the wings of adamantium, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now, why don't we go see how Calcula's going along. Oh, I really fucking hurt myself. Oh, I should level up in 2 quests. Maybe 3. Whew, I can feel those flames are blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Gohaf, but there's not much left for you lot to do, unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Hey, this gets me flying here. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only I hate waiting. I want that now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish this sitting about unbearable. Pity the forum found some recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't provide that it was prove that it was premeditated. Get you gone, I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. Certain there are better uses for your time, however I will join you in Charlene Hamlet anon. Ooh. Great, the companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Slandy, can you sort that out?
All set, I take it?
Thank you.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, Had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
They're gonna make me teleport there. And it could easily just take me via cutscene.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Is Sigurd causing problems? Is that what it is?
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Hello, it's the Prima Vista.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
I love how everyone's just ignoring the person. Hello, it's Kate Sif and the Sky Pirates.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And hypocrites to boot.
These two are great
Ain't no
together.
way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass. Take that back. Make me.
Make me.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Soroban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you. And we've brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated by the by.
I like how it references all the side content I've done.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Racen Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the warrior of
I
light
love
and
how much they're referencing all the fucking side shit I've done.
It is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gil need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
That laugh.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Fortuna's like, that's where our fucking money's been going.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Brilliant.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
You
nice.
too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions. To combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey, it's Nero.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it? You brought the team.
I love how Alpha and Omega are there as well.
Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlwind before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valen's used in his weapons experiments. There's a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kroll's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyfrog fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Sommer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you.
Ah, the Liveliers are back.
Share your struggles with me. As family.
Shoke's little smile.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Oh.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Oh, my
Perhaps
cheeks
you
are
can spare a
hurting
few
from so
words
much
ere they
smiling.
resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
This is a good cutscene. Our moment of triumph is close at hand. Welcome back from the trial, by the way, Marley. Sorry, I was just concentrating on that so hard. They reference pretty much nearly every side quest I've done.
Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Oh, my whole face hurts from that. In a positive manner, though. Oh. Oh. It's really hurt my face. Look at how red my cheeks are going from it. Oh. We've finally managed to clear the harbour, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risk. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who have arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need to be done. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataro. We're off to Aporia then. Oh. I'll be back in a minute. Let's get on with it, eh? Wait, let me just make sure I wrote this all down. Yeah, I did. Oh, that was freaking good. Shelk, I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarine. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Oh, fuck me. Exhausted my face. You're with Master Fortune, are you? Just step inside the lift here. Is this the quest that gives me... Yeah. Where am I going? From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinth Foss and its most closely guarded secret, Fumazian. Mark the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Oh my god. No offense to Shadowbringers, but the scene there, where we get to see everyone from the world, was way better than the scene in Shadowbringers, where you got to see everyone from the first come together. Because these are people I've been building up social situations with since Around Reborn. Oh. Well, okay then. I bid you welcome to Formazine. Direct your attention towards its centre to behold the arc over which we have long laboured. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The, as you know, has been removed for the further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervour. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many prior a disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford as much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken, let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Is this going to be a dungeon then? I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yeah, that's a dungeon. We make for the lift at the centre of this chamber. Come. I like how that looks, the arc. Anyone who simply sees Final Fantasy as just a fantasy game, nay, I say. Am I? Goody. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of a star, the physical and ethereal one are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilise this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in... I'm probably saying that wrong, but... No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Riosia that we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before in search of Highland's ever fainter echoes. The Ayatoscope. And you may communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity it's been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the centre of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Ayatoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you'll find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. This is going to be that dungeon from the launch trailer where it's all crystals and shit. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we had no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Ayatoscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us, and through it we watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming in contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Assuming we're leaving you Stola then. Oh. No, Krail, take your Stola's place. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. But events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first. Preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what's become of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger in some time, those associated with strong sentiments in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. You can already tell just by that explanation that this is going to be something fucking, like, deep shit. Like, you don't need anyone telling you that, like, that's pretty fucking obvious. I don't care to read what everyone has to say, I'm just going to build my group and go in.
Right then.
I stand ever ready.
You know what, Alphino, you can take some time off.
Let's give it our all.
And I'll take Alizé with me. Here we go. This is going to be cool, I can already tell.
And I trust you can hear me.
Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
I like this theme. This is a really cool area. I like this shit here. As always, I am unentertained by mob groups. I like this model, the striking rivalry model.
This will hurt.
I'm trying to remember what healer Graha was. Still lightly trying to get used to my own new keybinds. In time, I'm sure I'll come to used to them. Like this one's fire and that one's dark. Hello. Sloppy. Oof, we've got some health. What the fuck is going on? Why isn't he... Is that Louis Soir? Do we just get help from Louis Soir? Well, I guess this is confirmation that Livia actually died at Praetorium. I guess that's at last a fucking loose end that I've been needing tied up. Nice. I appreciate this. Livia was? Ah. We won't be afraid to fall ahead. Why is this song so good? It's like illegally good. So catchy. Oh, my arms are hurting a little. You underestimate me.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Whew.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Look at that view. Hey, Sola. Allow me. Oh yeah, I want it on record, for better or worse, whether I'm right or wrong, but I think Heidelin is the next trial. That way, if I'm wrong, people can say, laugh at me, but if I'm right, I can say I told people. Oh, fuck you, man. Mowing Breeder's axe, really? Oh, Yuri Andrew were in my group. You underestimate me. I mean, right? They go in here. Right now, Solo, I'm using trust. Until I'm done with the story, I'll be using trust so that no one in a party can spoil. But why are you asking? Yeah, when I say I'm cautious about spoilers, I'm really cautious about spoilers. Well, how am I senpai? I'm the one always trying to prod you to fucking notice shit. See, given that we know that they talk about the whole memories being purified in the Ethereal Sea, I'm just waiting for Emmett and Fladeus to appear. We've seen Louis Swarmer and Breeder, Horshafont, Allow me. All of this, and I've still not got any fucking gear. Right, who's boss 2 then? What walk down memory lane am I doing now? Ah, retarting. Bring it, bitch. Is this Retartin's redemption arc for being a little pile of shit trial that was a complete cakewalk? Yeah, I know, but what I mean, man, is I'm not even getting, like, jewelry that's good for me right now. I like that mechanic. Alright. Hey! About bloody time. didn't mean to do that, my hands are starting to seize up. May have to go turn on my heating in a minute. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Easy mobs can handle these themselves. I'm back. Boom, boom, boom. Probably do 2 more mob groups, I think, before we're done. Maybe 1. I hate mob groups. Oh, look who it is. The necromancer. I'll just find out what the boss is. Hermes? Amon.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons.
What's up, Amon?
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Ooh. I wasn't concentrating there. Oh, now that is...
What a boorish audience you are.
My Israel. I love Israel. No one else seems to care that she died in Heavensward, and I was like, she was like one of the best. I'm still waiting for Hades and Hypnodeus to show up. You underestimate me. Go, go Alize. Do what you do best and steal the limit break.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Hey, look at that, I got the music from here. Nice.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteon?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Opus. With Emmet. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Amon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Alpus. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question, and yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet.
Is that Asahi?
To another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
Copy of my saying.
How very astute. But let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
Yeah.
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Little fanboy.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Little fanboy to the end.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time we will find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
That was an oddly satisfying end to that. Didn't think Asahi coming in at the last moment would happen.
Heidelin is waiting.
But that was, I honestly thought Emmett and High Floaters were gonna appear, but the fact that it was Asahi is still satisfying. Look at that platform we're standing on and tell me that isn't some sort of arena.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
That's a cool art design. I like that very much. We meet again, Vanar.
Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
See, that's an arena, and she's clearly a boss. She looks like a boss. She's going to be the trial.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless, and thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure.
Palestinian secrets out.
As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness, Resolved? Thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approaches, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Said she was going to be the trial.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
I love what Answers is playing.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Are we not going to as him, Crystal? Right, I am just changing my pillow because my back is starting to hurt. I was going to say, am I reading that right? Did I just see Trial Trust? Well, fuck waiting for a queue then. Yeah, boy. That is awesome. Why didn't they do it for Zodiac? Well, obviously because he was on the moon, but still. That is cool. I know this is going to take way longer because of it.
Shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
This is pretty fucking pog. Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. Whoa, what the fuck, Bankrid?
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Well, fuck.
And now this. Light unyielding.
Justinian getting a vulnerability start like a proper dragoon.
By blade.
My turn! That one's the in, I know that much. The white mage is out. Thank you, my boy.
By blade. Crystals of light. To me.
Oh. Oh, the crystals we collected. Feel things.
Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Can't help but feel like we're doing too slowly with this.
Think. Find your way in the darkness.
My turn. This is going to be like so last minute. Yoshida, what are you doing, you penis? Wait, what was that? Dinian, what are you playing at? Are we meant to take a spotty to something? No, that's the exact opposite of what we're meant to be doing. What's ironic is this is going better than my Zodiac run with actual people. No, wait, that's in, that's in, that's in. You underestimate me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna come back. Ah. The cool attack.
By blade!
No.
You underestimate me.
Succumb not to fear!
With us trying, with us betrayal.
You underestimate me.
Tell us why, given life, but we are meant to fight. How about the whoa. I'd like it noted that I have it on record, but I said that this trial would be idling. Uh-oh. Never mind that. Get into a safe position. Whoopsie. Priorities, right? Finish her. Doing that with the trust is so much easier than doing it with people.
At last, man has the strength to.
Get bitch slap bitch. Oh, why do I have to use the reprise version?
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I
It's one of those things of like, yes, we knew this show, we'd already guessed this yonks ago.
with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteon's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
She's about to release all that ether back.
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope.
And this is like the first thing you see in the game. That's mental.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope.
Night, Slandy.
As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star.
Alright, Molly.
Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azam, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vanar.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, now not even my soul remaineth. My love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Well, that was a bittersweet moment, wasn't it? I am glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? I'm fine. It's gonna take a lot more of a nap to break me. Heartless, emotionless bastard that I am. Oh. You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteor if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over that crystal, that is, the fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel to the great expanse, the moon and Charlane's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honour the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honoured. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You might as well take advantage of it. If you can chart a course through a sea of stars in a single day, ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? Yeah, see, my problem is kind of polarly opposite, is I've had a lot of turmoil in my life, and instead of becoming more emotional from it, I kind of closed off. So when I tear up a little bit, but it never fully breaks me down. It's something I'm trying, not just as a streamer, but as a person, to kind of do a lot more, which is open up to my feelings. Can't really say if I've had a moment in this where I've cried yet. I probably have, once or twice. I think I may have cried when Emmett died, but I'm not wholly sure. Weird as it is to say. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Have you experienced any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? I'll have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. But yeah, it's part of the reason why I'm not the most reactive streamer, is I'm just not as in tune with my emotions as I probably should be. But it's something I'm working on.
There you are.
Is this Emmett?
Some time, indeed, yes.
No, this is
For you,
Hippodeus.
at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
I think I cried at Tales of Greatest F. I know there's another game that I might have played just after my mum passed away, and that would have made me cry. That's when I was at my worst for crying, and then I kind of ran out. Shulk, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuno arrived not long ago with a message. The Loperits have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the roster. I'll meet you there along with the others. Right, we're just going to take a short 5-minute break so that I can just move around a little and let my body kind of stop hurting because it's been seized still for too long. And also so that Slandy can cut this in post-editing when it's a VOD. So, I'll be 5 minutes or so. I'm bad at 5 minutes. Also, sorry about the spinning. I'm just really paranoid of getting kicked for being AFK. I decided I'll get my massage chair. That's what you're seeing me put on my chair. That should help me with my back problems right now. Right. What we're going to do is when it's telling us to go basically to the next area, we're going to go do the role quest. Let's save it, and then we'll get back on with the main quest. Don't know why the right system, because I'm a moron apparently. Oh, I'm an idiot. God damn it. There we go. That's pretty cool. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. The quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of a sea of stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed, how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities ours within would greatly impede travel through the sea of stars. Even a mother crystal may not possess enough ether to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavour would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon, and to resettle to another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour, she would offer another means by which we may seek salvation. We would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very essence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark was made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. But of all the people that have laboured so tirelessly to prepare for evacuation, they must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we're enamoured with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this would be possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyperhopper. The Loporrits will coordinate with the Ilsapard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. To seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? That's like a lookout place. Almost 90. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Highland deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we were. Which leads us to the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that said, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Shulk, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora, I have something to show you. Welcome, Shulk, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case, I've made extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm paying favourites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you'd need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. So after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration stuck. I saw a golden opportunity, just begging to be seized. With the help of some Favnarian refugees, I've decided to set a shop up here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for our work, perish your thought. Varsadur, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Miss Tataru will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? Is this where we get class gear? The following events cannot be skipped. Okay. I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. The Simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlayan while I oversee matters in Radha-Athan. It is rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Larashan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, this is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and the means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last returned home, matters at hand, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much of Favnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavours, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendour. You journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Ahoen was alive to see it. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Rezahan is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Oh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavour in this wasteland of taste? Shulk, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I'd been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting of a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. Aye, the young Vortemps insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlotte, Lord Vortemps, should I say. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brute sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation, so I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honoroi here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlatan delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you... If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest the Last Stand. Have a cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Well, is that Shogun Tataru I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kagane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tetaru, fair enough. There is naught more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host this grand celebration in your honour at the Bukairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but East Aldenard Trading Company would be honoured to foot the bill. Would there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Oh, we're not done with this quest. I hate these first person modes. They feel so impersonal because I can't see my character. Ah, Shulk, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Tataru. Biggs, Wedge, I take it the work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlayan and Razahan have been rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we have learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlayan and Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in the time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlayan. Good thing too, I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and your signs are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ah, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do to help you, Shulk. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. We'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I shall get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. His little crush on Tataru. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsuda from Palaka's stand. Haven't we met before? Ah yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa, and then again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in these foreign lands. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succour. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Vavner, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in battles to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands, from the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Guahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my... Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch often with bated breath as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learnt you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the sea of stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Ow, I just need my desk. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. So they are the class person. Ah, so that's how you get the dying version of that. Whoa, what the fuck? You can just buy all of them straight off the bat? Pommelers. Oh, baby, that looks good. Well, I guess I need to quickly desynth a shit ton of stuff. And bear with me. Well, we can do the role quest when we're done with the story then, because I thought that the armor would be locked behind the role quest, which is why I didn't want to go up without finishing the role quest, but guess it doesn't matter. Nice. I'll have you when I need you. Friends are gathered. I realise one sec, I need a drink. No one's been redeeming hydrates. It's been fucking me right over because I forget to drink. Yeah. I realise you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they will return to the Baldestian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. It's time to go look for them. I suggest speaking with Quell first. I'm sure their plans. This is going to be a quest where we just go grab everyone, I'm assuming then. Nanny the fuck? How did... No, don't count. Ooh, what if I jump up? There we go, got him. I'm going to actually go with the helmet off. But either way, this is a nice armor set. Right, where am I going again? To the point, I got flying in leather and faster that. Yeah, good-o. Oh. I hope not, I'm terrible at jumping puzzles. I'm just terrible at platformers in general. I struggle with bloody Sonic. You're back, I take it. You've received your gift from Tartaru. It was a surprise I'm going to make him with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realised and with great success. If you're looking for the others though, they've already taken their leave. Yoshida, Frank and Orange are gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Azengraha, meanwhile, thought their time would be best spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay the Levier estate, though Estinian seemed reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Yoshida and the others finish eating, but above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigue mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. BK, without spoiling it, are you able to let me know how far I am off the quest Endwalker? Like, would you say I can get it done in 4 hours, maybe 6 at most? Shulk, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please have a seat and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Ah, great.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant...
Looks like I might be having a late night then.
Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Reen Norman Filia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
What are you on about? Your show is still the same piece of shit character she's always been.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe,
yeah, I hate you,
disparate peoples
Shola.
of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying.
Out of all the scions, her and Yuri Ange are like my least favourite for reasons.
Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out.
Yeah.
After all,
You're
there is
saying
no
it
shortage
lightly.
of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
Everyone thinks she's like the best character, and she's not.
No, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world.
I can agree to that.
If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
I love how they ask and then don't wait for an answer. What dicks?
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
In fairness to Yoshida, she's been tolerable with this expansion because she hasn't tried killing herself and then not staying dead. That's been my biggest problem with her. She tries to kill herself every expansion. My biggest problem with Yoshida and Yoyanja is they're both like meant to be portrayed as characters, like the smart ones of the group, and yet they do the stupidest shit. Like they are genuine fucking idiots half of the time. And then they have like the balls to like try pretend that they're this really intelligent character. It's like Yoshida pretending that she's this avatar of destruction. She's the weaker mage out of her and Graha for a start. She's not a decent mage by any standards. Leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle of Yurianja, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. But yeah, so that's my big issue with Yoshida, particularly, is that she's meant to be portrayed as a character that she is not. I don't know if that's to blame the writing team, or just people thinking that she's like that, and that's just become a stimuli and the writing team didn't mean to do it like that. But she doesn't come off as a character she's supposed to be portrayed off as, and I don't like that. And I certainly don't see why everyone like thinks she's like the hottest character. Like, I'm more into like Moan Breeder, Melwib, Fodola. As for like the actual scions themselves, my favourites are the twins. I adore them to pieces. I've adored Alphino since The Realm Reborn. Well, back when everyone used to hate him. Yeah, I literally used to say back in The Realm Reborn, back before like, I think it was probably about Stormblood that they really leaned in onto us, and the aspect of us. Like, we've always had that we're the Warrior of Light since The Realm Reborn, but they really leaned into it that we were the centerpiece of the story from Stormblood. Back in The Realm Reborn and Heavensward, it felt to me much more like it was Alphino's story, and we were like going on it with him, because his growth out of any of the characters has been the most, and I love that about him. And then Alizé is just fucking great. You try speaking with Alizé, but she is fast asleep. After Alphino and Alizé, it would have to be Astinian and Graha. And then Thancred I don't dislike, but I don't really care about him either. Like, he's a good character, but like, his story's kind of reached as much as they can really write with it, in my opinion. Graha has my favourite moments when he's more the Exarch personality, strong and leadership type role.
Oh.
Creel I love, but I wish I'd do more with her.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement.
Well, he's done Exarchic stuff quite a lot in this expansion, which has been really
By
good.
the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this.
Yeah.
Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Yeah, I love
there's
her,
any shame in
her
it,
hair. It needs to
you
be
were
a
sleeping
hairstyle.
like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
Alize is so good.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. I cannot wait for the next part. Seeing Estinian with Alphino's family. Because Estinian is such a grumpy fuck. It's incredible. Oh, this is going to take me a while. It doesn't really matter with the headpiece. I should probably do the headpiece as well, just in case anyway. No, I won't do it. Save my fucking dispellers. What do you think to my action bar setup, by the way, BK, whilst you're here? Fuck it, I'm doing it. Thanks. Obviously, as I said in a previous video, the reason it's off to the side one is because this, when I have it up, is like that. So when it's in between all my shit. I'm having that hid for now because I don't want anyone spoiling the story for me. I did it again, I could have just used that. I'm making my own stream far longer than it needs to be and preventing myself from getting to the end game faster. Disgusting.
What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Probably much to Estinian's child agree.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face. I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
Estinian's great.
Might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
Yeah.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Yeah, I know. They red flagged that so hard in the trailer. Honestly, I'm actually more concerned that nobody's died yet.
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me.
You lovely boy.
To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
Fucking hell. They free jumbled that part so much for that trailer.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks.
Shit.
Not for you. I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Yeah. That was brilliant. Don't know if you was here during my stream during that part, but I was really happy with all of that because we found out how much like coinage is actually kind of worth in this world. And like I've been after some like solid foundations of how much something would cost. Like drink, for instance, cost about 1,800, which would mean it was about 600 gil each. And I'm a role player, so I care about this shit, because people in roleplay say shit is like, oh yeah, no, you want a cup of tea? That's 10 gil. It's like, gil is clearly worth more than that. But nobody fucking believed me when I was saying that for ages, so I was pretty happy with that. Welcome back, Shulk. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know that your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. Pray you enjoy sweet dreams on this final night before the big day. This is going to be Xenos? No, of course it's not going to be Xenos. Why would he be there? Never mind, it will be Xenos. That shut me up, didn't it?
Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? What was it that you sought in me?
Poor Xenos. Oh god, my body is horrible. It's in my back, just above my bum, for some reason it's always aching when I'm streaming this long. Probably need to sit with better posture, is the problem.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. We didn't realize what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes.
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
See, why does Yoshida need to answer? Why can't someone else answer? That's another one of my problems. Yoshida gets all the fucking voice lines.
You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Totoro. You know, it always bothers me that we haven't spoken to Ardbert at all this expansion, considering he has a, you know, he gave part of his soul to us and everything, but like, he kind of guided us on the onto the story that led to all the cosmology of what we know now. And it's bullshit that we haven't spoken to him. Sorry about that, my controller disconnected. And my mic is all run through my controller. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had some sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Valdesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What once seas beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things that I cherish the most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. No Aether currents beyond this point, you can fly no further. Wow, fuck me diddly. BK, can you hear me better? I'm gonna have to quickly check my stream myself, make sure my mic hasn't completely fucked up. Mamma mia, mama. There we go.
All present and accounted for.
Fuck me, my fucking tablet's almost dead as well. Oh my god, I have nowhere to plug this in. Right, you're gonna have to give me a minute. BK, can you hear me still? Yikes, a doodle. Ma. Is there any echo at all? It's not the echo I meant. Beady booty bababoo. God damn it. This is what I'm gonna have to put up with for now.
As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
No, it's not supposed to.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you. For everything.
Yeah. Is the game echoing at all?
Mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I named the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare. Not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Yeah, they're fucking great.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Lockerites are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Can you hear me again, BK? I just realised I can use my Switch charger to charge my tablet whilst I use my proper charger to charge my frickin' controller. This is what I get for not putting shit on charge all day. I'm gonna quickly check myself because I'm relying too much on you to do my own work for me. 1 second. Marty moo. Good out, that seems good enough. Assuming that you can hear me decently at least.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Bruh. There we go. If you would come this way, I would direct you to the bridge. Born in the Ragnarok, several cutscenes. Yes, I figured. It's almost like we're off to space. The one place capitalism hasn't corrupted yet. As Tim Curry said. Look at all the operate. With living way, having a go at it.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Not everything's an FF8 reference.
Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. A burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Yes, I know it is, but it doesn't mean that it's an FF8 reference. Don't ruin my FF14.
Engage!
That's such a good scene. I like what they're using Torn from the Heavens. Nani the fuck. Man, that looks so cool. That is the FF1 14 Part 1 theme. That is fucking great.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine
Garuda having a fit.
dignity.
Do not shout so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory.
This is such a good scene.
It is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel.
The seas part, for we alone. I've just written primals.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
Garuda's done with shit.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Nice. Whew.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
8 carrots.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
They're always so
That's the
positive.
extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't. Like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits. And you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings.
It's Meteon.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, She has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
This music's really good that's playing now.
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end. Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
The fury.
Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
This looks like Dragon Star, where Megazuma is from.
A dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provision node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. This respect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let us begin our search from the prow of the ship, and it seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Area is awesome. Thought there wasn't meant to be any frickin' creatures. See, now seeing that, I definitely think this is Dragon Star, which would make this the place where Omega and Midgardsmith fought. Ruins, but of what I wonder. Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place, a relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. Yeah, it's Omega's work. This is like the same structure as Omega. Metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it caused to mine indiscriminate destruction, often wrought in the heat of battle. I like how you have this airy version of this song in the background. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. I am positive this is Omega's home or Dragonstar. Or both. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. So we're seeing the dead dragons, I'm assuming. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed, we've only found more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let's just try searching there then. Joke, a word before we join the others. Is this thing you see it too? I am death. You see them too, don't you, the dragons? As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsmer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Bah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? We've got to be on Dragonstar. That Aetheryte looks awesome.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
I don't believe it.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
So is Thancred actually dead? I don't feel like he's actually dead, and that's my problem. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. There you go. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the true nature of this realm, but we might confront and defeat Meteon. Estinian Shulk, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteon said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. I'm assuming that's Other again. Ultima Fool, A visitor, not of a star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas! With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wave its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied, we knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame, stilled now of winds. Though none could feel these wings, burdened by ignominy, we fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in Lamath. Am Null, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or it was. I've seen similar on Aethris. The gods and his kind must have once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Reacher said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shredded egg you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. That's actually pretty sad. A murky liquid is poured inside the eggshell. The noxious free odor is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the vicious mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaked in a pool of embryonic fluid. The stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out, perhaps a drop seed in a hatchling. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains. The boisterous howling hath been quieted, by thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened there. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs of him Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over our star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil, replete with aether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such a desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerged as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited a contest for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. We saw a reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear of what we've learned. Come. That music just so is against, like, the fucking feeling of it right now, if that makes sense. What is that? I've knocked a charger apparently. Just gonna have to see if I can unplug my controller for a little bit. 2 bars, that should be enough. And then I need to switch my tablet charger into its proper slot because for some reason my Switch charger is no longer working on it. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see, they wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Shulk, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there is nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked Veloperids to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. Not at present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it, or rather they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Our reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us, then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did put himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than the others, potent enough mayhap to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. I didn't even click. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against this calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, and the dragon tongue, thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Whew.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! Is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
I don't buy that we're losing them until we are done with the story. I am not grieving tears for anyone until we are done. I reckon that we're going to use the fucking creation magics of a Zim to somehow bring them all back.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I'm wondering if as we get further and further in the story, this song is going to become more and more coherent until the final moment when it becomes the melody of like hope that we heard from the trailer music. Because they're slowly adding like in different reverbs and sounds with each like part that seems to be happening. Look there, the wind. This is Justinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other sign should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. Dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Justinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right, we must press on for their sake. As Yoshida and Alize said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps it's a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in this sand. So that was Dragonstar we was in down there. But that isn't what this whole area is. That's pretty cool. Nani? God damn it. Just give me a second. Yeah, I'm at the final zone, Mally. Well, not this particular part that I'm at, but that part before was Dragon Star. I'd already deduced that. This area here is Dragon Star. This is a different world by the seams of it. No. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script have been etched upon them. Alas, it's not in a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. But life we find here, like if not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure, it's hard to make out in the distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them. We should go and have a look. Come on. Just checking the A for currents menu. Right, there is the quest then. I'll be honest, a small part of me was hoping that it was going to be a case of a small case of the like in Heavensward, the final area, as in that. Hail travellers, this is the most unexpected occurrence. Hello there, is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I'd forgotten. The exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting with those whom one is unacquainted. Well, that's cool. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it's not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for the nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kdofkdokdok. Yes, Kofkogd of the air. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one who is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of aether or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it, fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. Might as well propose something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we here are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I've prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Oh, my apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for flesh, and have endeavoured to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may comprise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms. Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to make ourselves through use of etheric accelerators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we'll answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficient exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of Ea, where the traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of Ea, wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Well, a ferric thingy is the more important first. I'll be glad when we get the musical version of this. It's like my favourite part of the trailer. I like the way the sand tapers off the edge. Like it looks like a glitch, but you understand that it's meaningful. I also love these. I love this design of like the world is glitched because it's fucking dead. Keep forgetting that that's water. Cough Kodok. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you'll find remain idle in their domiciles, where your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motel state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thought towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there was no response. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Why we seek out our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember what form did I take when I last emerged. A strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. I sense this is where I'm going to get my side quest, or at least a couple of them. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they failed to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unravelled due to prolonged idleness. They are naught but concentrated for now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience. Yes, I imagine they will be with us ere long. And that was 90. Grats me. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few air have awakened. Thanks, Sola. I didn't even know you was here. Ah, there they are. Thanks, BK. I also thought you'd gone. May I introduce to you Lalach, Dudach, and Nenedik. It has been too long, Cupcog. I dare say Sadiv has since completed an orbit. I said 4. Indeed, until the travellers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed now how unravelled some had become. Travellers are, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighbouring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement of scientific objectivity, thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the presence of corporeal forms and divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, cough cough, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travellers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been. It had completely escaped my mind and still does again. What was it? I can't seem to remember. How do I? Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Now come, Nednick, the archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, such as they, must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in a communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. We had the chance to learn something when I see no reason to decline. Excellent, if you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. This facility is where we replenish our aether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, for space will soon be awash with purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as meticulous as one might recreate the ES home world, this is ultimate fool. One cannot simply generate aether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this, to the very truth of our existence, much like the phantoms of a recreated Amaranth. However, appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our forms it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your aether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. Do you think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides? Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder whether Ma. How long was that like that? Have I been speaking this whole time and it's not been coming through? How much have we missed? Oh! Why couldn't you tell me sooner? Oh! At least you managed to let me know before I got all the way to Endwalker quest and no one could fucking hear me. Fucking hell, man. This is what I need actual admins for. Oh my god. Ah. Basically, most of what I've been doing is just reading the shit. So for people who are watching this on YouTube, you're just going to have to read it yourself if you haven't already, obviously, by the time you reach this point. I was mainly asking if Yuriandra was planning to kill himself, and then I was talking about the fact that I don't know why I'm asking the question when I know people get banned from the Twitch chat for answering it, because I've got a permaban offense for people spoilering right now, so... Can't believe that, man. Solar's here, why didn't she let me know? Seems everyone is accounted for, shall we then?
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb-3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
Can't believe I was muted that whole time. My headset pulled out just a little.
Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. in hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge,
depressing.
Our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow.
Is this Y'shtola's fake out death for the expansion?
The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
See? Fake out.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you
Again,
mustn't,
you're still trying to act really
losing our
smart.
way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise
But I
not to
already
evoke
said
the
this
magic.
earlier.
We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on. And do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
Meteon is rather a cool villain, honestly.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you, to all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Just enough people in the group for a dungeon. Right, I'm going to be right back real quick because I'm going to take my plate down. I'm just going to take my plate down. I'm going to come back, quickly do his side quests, and then we'll get on with it. I'll be back shortly. I am back. I am back. Hopefully not pulled out my volume this time. I'm just sending a message quick. Give me a moment. Right. Thank you, thank you. Isn't that a fucking relief? Right, we're gonna go do the side quest first. Because obviously we want to make sure that I get flight in this area when I finish the game. And there's 2 here to have, so we'll do these. And then we shall get on. As I've said multiple times, I know it's boring, but it must be done. How fortunate that you are here, corporeal being, for we are in need of your assistance. I'm sure you saw drifting about the untamed wild just over there. As I understand there, they are binding their spirits together as one in hopes of diluting their consciousness, and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if approach it, we may be drawn into the growing mass against our will. The corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe. However, please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Your ready acceptance gladdens me. I believe that if you lay waste to 2 wandering souls, the amalgam will appear. Do be aware that while your mind is safe, it may be present other dangers should it realize what you are attempting. I really like the design of these here. I like the noises they're making as well. Oh yeah, I forgot I have that now. That was cool. I'm still waiting to get the version of this song with the lyrics, and I can't help but feel like it's going to come on during the Endwalker quest. Tell you what they sound like, Cubit. If anyone's ever played that. I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it is well within EA's right to choose when they wish to end their own existence, but to force us to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. But forgive me, I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you. To go forth each day full of vigour, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out. It must feel incredible. My apologies if I have made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you have given me much to think about regarding death, or perhaps life. Yeah. It's Cubert. Pardon me, traveller, I lack the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans, but might you be able to spare me a moment to speak with some of my fellow here? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. I should mark their location on your map. They tend to spend considerable time frequenting their usual haunts. I'd like to know how he is marking the location on my map, if they are supposed to not be corporeal forms. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remain lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess that peculiar form that you do now. Oh dear. I fear this always happens when I delve too deep into such ruminations. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers a most unpleasant reaction. My fellow Aya have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporeality. Perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations. How curious, an unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. And so I pose to you this question. Tell me, Traveller, what is the true nature of life and the universe? 42. Why, precisely, that is the very conclusion I arrived at myself. How heartening and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself. Yeah, I've read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Get on my level. I like that reference. Oh, you must be that traverser from beyond who has been causing quite a stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I've been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For you see, I have, for too long, whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveller, yet for so long none would pay me visit. Because they don't understand the relevance of 42, probably? There are people who haven't read or seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as sad as it is to say. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of the multiple orifices in your body? Oh, but pardon me, truly I meant no offence. Clearly life in your world found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary for your survival. As our own original form was equally horrifying. I like how the quest names are really, like, weird. Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope that they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did. For if so, we may yet discover a means to attain the moratorium known as death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we will be here waiting. Yes, always waiting. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let's make for where that light shone. Your Stella and Uriandra have opened the way for us. I hope you know, by the way, if you couldn't already tell, when we get the actual version of the song where the lyrics are playing, I will be singing along with it. I love this song. Excuse me. I seem to have misheard you. I feel like you tried to attack me. And alright, Solar. Yeah, I couldn't get enough of the launch trailer just because of this part of the song. Yes, I can feel it, the aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and make no mistake, let us see where it leads. This is Omega's people. Is this how we get the Omega mount? That would be cool. If we get it via the story. I mean, not the Omega mount, but this. Oh my god, my back hurts. Why am I so old? Oh, is it? That makes sense, yeah. Well, I know what I'll be doing at some point. Mounts, baby. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived, not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try and find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also try to get the lay of land, see how far we can go. I'll have to know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Just realised auto thing is on. Apart from hostile beings, take care of your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourself. We'll find you once we finish exploring. I expect the twins will seek out the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You know what, patrol machines in the area do not seem inclined to... yeah, that. Oh my god. I just noticed how the map looks. Well, I guess I'm fighting everyone's now. I mean, I really agree, this is for people, isn't it? Like, it's not going to be anyone else. How Ava now actually? More. I know I should be getting on with the quest, but in my defense, Devin is doing the same thing. He keeps going and gathering all of his thingies. I was in his stream yesterday, I know what he's up to. I'm cutting in and out. Is that any better? Give me a second. Ma. Is that any better? Otherwise, I don't know what to do. How bad is the cutting in and out? Can you just not hear me at all now, or...? I'll just check my own stream. Give me a second. Sound check. Alright, thank you, BK. Sorry about that, I have no clue what's going on with my equipment, save as it is to say that it's annoying. Right, that's all Aether currents, I believe now. And now my stream manager is not working. Can you send me a message, BK, so I can double check my stream manager is now picking up on shit? Sorry to intrude on you so much. Look, Shulk, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of a star. Unknown life form detected, assigning a generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet Blip Bloop. Planet what? Could you please repeat that? Oh, fuck me. Thank you, BK. Our people, meanwhile, are called Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. For Omicrons, you say, and what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow if you could try speaking with the others. Did I attune? Yes. Blip Loop, autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Visit measuring combat capacity. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveller. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel of the dragons. Yet though the endeavour yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Greetings, traveller. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. You learned a few things, so did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. And as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Yuriandra's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Yuriandra said this? Heard our investigation before we joined you in Elegia. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it is certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons in the air long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to MO32, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. MO36 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us watch our step as we make our way. Oh, no, we got side quest to quickly do. We'll get these done, and then it's home run to the Endwalker. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain members of enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said members share unique interest-specific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals will confer titles such as consort and family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of interest-specific bonds alone led an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query, are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which a unit might form an introspective bond with said consort. Request and stand by at present coordinates. Initiating consort retrieval. You know, a huge part of me is feeling like I should be running around in Omega here. Look at how well he fits in. Oh, this would have been so good if I'd just wearing my full Omega armor. Activating introduction. This unit presents but aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed? You could give it a pet name. Scanning identified database. Records indicate this Omicron is designated Test Unit 0043. This unit requests confirmation that said application qualifies as sufficiently pet. As since detected, new proposal. My beloved, a review of this unit's memory shows that a member of an enemy faction referred to its bondmate as such. A Affiliation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Reconfiguring emotion status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has been successfully executed. The self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested. Oh, I'm kind of sad. I want cute little robot love. My heart is broken for my beloved. Right, well, anything? Question retrieval of my beloved's potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters show no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of a consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguration emotional state from disappointed to grateful. This unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experimentation. Poor beloved. Oh, that's a Halo reference. This unit requests your participation in an Omicron combat simulation. 98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result, thus an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. The Omnicron aggressor is positioned outside the base. This unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete. When its records be destroyed if I smash it. Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmission. Verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format. Initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates per transmission you have just received. The opponent is located on the planar flame. Sending from this base, reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you for your cooperation. And as I say, once this is done, it's home run, baby. Really? Oh right, yeah, I have to do this. I was like, what the fuck? Reviewing received transmissions, analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of the previously provided recording advice. Selection of combat data complete. Analysing. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values and all previous records. Reconfigure emotional state to impressed. The data suggests you engage the aggressor at close quarters and gave it little time to respond. This unit will submit a request to Logistics Matrix for augmentation of emergency escape apparatus. Searching database for simultaneous, situationally approximate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of a neutron results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential in value in enduring attacks more frequently, though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in an almost irritating fashion. Reconfigure emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with a collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. This appears to be the console. It seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking and tuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see, but there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas. As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
I said that the moment I saw it.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Oh, I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. and there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell would suffice.
It worked!
Notications Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Server. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been
Even
any
Omega
abnormalities,
species
like
is having
a threat
internet
to the
problems.
star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Nope. Let's focus our search on the outpost. Alize and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Gohar can observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Will they remain on me? Yeah. dead. Search base, Omicron, he mimicked camera, blah blah blah. How is there an ambistoma here? Omicron wanders around these as if like on a clear objective. A, how is the ambistoma here? B, how is it alive? Why is Bedlam's Brink playing? An Omicron wandering aimlessly where? Dun, dun, dun. Aha, I see it. It's left for base, let's follow it. I've just realised that that's on again. Man, traversing this place is a pain in my ass. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we find. A robot tree. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What's the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in that environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. In the last remnant of a dead world, it is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it's acting outside of orders. As is simply a malfunctioning Omicron that are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavour to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Shulk, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Maybe in a footnote. Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... No, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass, never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. I feel like these quests are just holding me back from doing Endwalker. At this point, I couldn't care too much. Hello, world. We should return to Outpost for now, but others would wish to hear about it, errant Omicron. I'm too lazy to walk back. Solar, why does this game hurt me? Oh yeah, just as a note to both BK and Solar, considering that you are still here, when I get to the quest Endwalker, I will actually be ending the stream and then restarting it immediately. It's just for ease of access for Slandy to get the VOD for editing to YouTube. So don't leave the stream, I will be continuing. Grahard says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit. There's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, it serves to prove that it's a business as usual at the outpost. But if that is, tell me you learned something more useful. Still waiting for the verbal version of that, and I'm assuming it's going to be in the final trial. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using it as spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, we should be able to alter their bodies, be it apart or in whole. That aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. Problem is, how do we go about ascertaining if that's what's happened? When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honours. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention, during which time, Shulk, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behaviour. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, I head off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I will stand by the console. And when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. It's all work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? For God am I to find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Guys would click on distracting the Omicron as soon as they would strike the console with lightning. Observe MO17 closely for anomalous behaviour after as they scatter throughout. You may move the camera as well. Blah blah blah. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Ever confirmed my connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility, if you'll excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance, it is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Oh well, our friends are at the console, let us head there. Oh look, there's an island of water there. Oh, never mind.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise.
I love whenever he has his moments. It's always Eternal
Be it
Wind that
across
plays.
time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once! Just once! Stay with us to the end!
I said it would get to this version of the song. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. Amidst the sadness of Alphinaud's countenance, there is a newfound determination. A crystalline path God has paid for us, difficult as it is. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for friends and all who waits in us faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Ruining the song. Oh, we best be able to get with this Norcastian roll, I can tell you that right now. Look, Shulk, portal has opened. It will surely deliver us through. It must. Such a good song. Maybe we don't belong here out in the cold and the dark, but neither do they. Well, here is where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far, their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat is so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Thancred would scout the road ahead. Yoshida and Yoyanja would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graham would join them in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alize about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you're needed, and together we would travel. Oh, don't do this to me. I can feel it. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh my god, no. Oh. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far, much further than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, fuck me, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No, I won't give up on these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Ah. I refuse. Oh no, don't be telling me that. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? For we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry, it's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Why did it have to be these two as well? Like, if it was literally any of the other two, I wouldn't be feeling it as bad. But all we have left to us are the twins, and they're my favourites. Oh, fuck me. The tears have stopped. It's not doing the part that was hurting me, so we'll see if it does it again. Well, this is it, the end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. Now let us have pride in what we have achieved, and how it changes for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. Our sun structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Oh. Well, at least the music stopped. That should stop me hurting. Oh my god, that song gets me. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts, there is simply no one here. Meteon. See, if they voice all of this, I'd probably be feeling a lot more. When I have to read it, it's less as emotional for me. This is how I found it when I arrived, another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended I do not know, invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead, they are gone. Gone, search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there's no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way, yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take us long to cover the area. The lack of the music is going to help me not feel emotions, so... Checkmate, Square Enix. You did yourself. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard, they do not respond. Like, one of the things Square Enix has always done to get me a lot in emotional moments is their music is phenomenal. So when they don't use music, it's like, doing. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves with a loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for beverages in all likelihood, venue busting with activity until it was not. It's how it works for me, BK. I'm a man of, my emotions enter through my ears. Music usually makes me feel shit that I usually suppress. No, I'm winning. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of a natural tree or to serve some other purposes. Perhaps, regardless, there is no one left to explain to tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups, but moments ago... Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through this in a long, long time. In the distance you glimpse Arze picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no sign of life. If anyone can hear me, say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Shelk, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun, but I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see, I noticed the same thing. There's a cup left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find out now and compare what we've learned. Oh, are they going to sacrifice themselves? We have got to bring these all back. I don't believe for a moment that all the Scions are dead. Like, killing one or two throughout the expansion I would believe, but killing all of them at the end is just bullshit. I don't think they're doing that. Is this voice or do I have the voice?
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteor seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
No, I won't allow it.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Atheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing?
Yeah, Alphino, listen to Holiday.
It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Oh my girl.
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end.
Fuck you.
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
What are you... If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
I'm only not crying on that because I don't believe they're staying dead. I refuse to accept it.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken.
Oh yeah.
Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal.
This is Louis Suar's theme.
But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
We rise, fall, and rise again. Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Still don't believe we're dead. Nope. Tell you what, Shulk is going to have a lot of by the end of this. Pissed. Oof. She's going to kill somebody. You can see it in her face. Have you? Okay, I was going to motorbike up it, but I suppose I will walk. So what the hell is going on now? Kay's not even finished it. She's just way behind I am.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry.
It's gonna be Xenos.
He wishes to speak with you at once.
It's gonna be Xenos, isn't it? It's Xenos. Oh, please. Please send Xenos to us at the end. I will live for that. I've been saying he's gonna Vegeta this motherfucker for fucking... since, like, the end of Stormblood when he came back. I was like, he's gonna come back and he's gonna be on our side at some point. Ah, shit, my fucking controller needs charging. In a city devoid of life, you sensed another. Well, that would have been nice to have not missed half of. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weigh heavy, and yet you can walk on. I've got to fucking turn this off. Ah, it forces you to.
Push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not dismiss it. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blight, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
It's not gonna make me cry. Trust me, I'm stronger than that.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morning. You may be sure we have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
a future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
How is rain?
The light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Well, that was a simple one, wasn't it?
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest.
I mean, I think for me it would have been better. I'm a lot more of a faces guy than a voice guy, so if it would have been the faces, I probably would have felt it a lot more.
I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Mate. I won't forsake our cause.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, fucking hell, mate.
It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
It's so good.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
And there's my gay best friend.
But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Snap.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
See, I knew they wasn't dead. Poof.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aethers.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our
Yeah.
heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteon. I assume this is Terminus we're looking at.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Emmett's still so done with it all.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, The
You
southern
motherfucker,
continent.
I've been wanting
Do
that
you
for
know
ages.
aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
Oh, its face still.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
I'd assume so, yeah. I can't for sure answer that, but I'd assume that's what he was on about, yeah. I'm assuming. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to triumphant conclusion amid the final curtain fall. Also, boom! Right. We are going to shut down the stream for just a second. I am renaming it quickly, and then we're going live again. Because I promised Slandy I'd make it easy for him to grab the Endwalker end quest thingy. Here comes the end, guys, so give me a minute. We'll be back.